Is this thing working? Can you hear me? Oh. Okay, sorry, just checking my microphone. I was like, looks like it might be buzzing, but I think we're okay. Hello, Suki, Blood Raven, Ace, Millie. You guys ready for more Ironmon? Is it time? Just let me set up stream avatars. It's my birthmas for another hour. What the happy birthday from all of us to you. We hope you have a good day so we can party too. Hey, psh. I hope you had a good day, Millie. That's wonderful. Okay, let me double check. Here I go. Posting to social media again. See if it works out for me. All right, good enough. Oh, whoops. Got to change that scene. There we go. Oh. Hey Charlie, how many subs for you to review a PowerPoint for me and give me some feedback? It's a fighting game PowerPoint, but it's better if you know nothing about fighting games so I can get some pure feedback. Go ahead, send it over. You don't need to gift any subs. I'll go through it. You start a new job Friday? Well, congratulations. I hope it's wonderful. Hope it's a great new beginning. Big week for me. Birthday, new job. Are you excited about your new job? Is it one that you're ready for? Okay, let's see. Let me mute Pokemon. It's just blaring. I know that you guys can't hear it right now, I don't think, but it's just blaring in the background for me. But please remember, or sorry, not remember. Please remind me to turn it back on, because I'm sure I'll likely forget. Okay, let's go over, put it over here. What scenes do I even have anymore? Does this scene work? Well, what the hell scene is this? It's my other camera? Okay, well that's not the right scene. What's this one? What is going on here? Where's my scene? Oh, okay, good. Okay, we figured it out, kind of. Okay, you said I'll be talking over it when I do the presentation, so if it seems like some slides are empty, that's why. Okay. So let's start out. So I can't read over it, I guess. But we'll just figure out. Okay, fighting games aren't that scary, but you can be. Oh, I'm already enticed. What are fighting games? A competitive format where teams of one or more player or AI-controlled characters battle on the stage in order to achieve a win condition. Frequently, this win condition is to reduce the health to 0. I love reducing health to 0. Or more times. One or more times. Different games vary with different win conditions. Platform fighters want like Smash platform fighters. Is that what that means? Like Super Smash Bros. Send their opponent off stage multiple times to reduce stock to 0. Hold on, let me put some freaking music in the background. I don't like silence. We need something. Let me go open up All Reliable real quick. Here we go. Here we go. Just a little bit of ambiance. Knock the opponent off the stage multiple times, reduce stock to 0, or have the highest score at the end of the timer. Fighting game screens, common elements, health bar or percent. Win condition, present, round count stocks, round game timer, character names, meter gauge. So far, I'm like, I know this. I know this stuff. What do I need to play a fighting game? Some sort of input, okay, controller, keyboard, mouse, or oh, I've seen these, the big game pads. Console. Intangibles, resilience. He's a mental fortitude. You gotta have that dog. Is that what this is? You gotta have that dog in you to play fighting games? Well, I'm not educating anyone on fighting games. I'm simply reviewing someone else educating me. I'm just the narrator right now. General fighting game terms to remember. Whiff punish. My opponent tried to hit me and missed. I smacked the taste out their mouth. Oh, okay, love it. Block punish. My opponent tried to hit me, but I blocked it. Then I smacked the taste out of their mouth. Anti-air. I hear this all the time in Smash. My opponent jumped at me, so I knocked them out of the air. I should have known what that meant, but I genuinely just learned. Just live right now. Counter hit. My opponent was trying to hit me, but I knew it was coming. Smacked the taste out of their mouth. Mix up. My opponent couldn't figure out if I'd smack them or kick them. They guessed wrong. I smacked the taste out of their mouth. Keep out. My opponent wanted to be next to me. I didn't want that, so I started smacking the air so they wouldn't get close. Ooh, I do that. And MK. Stay back. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Choosing a character. Do you like the character? I do. Does the character feel good to play? They do. Do they win in the way you want to win? Because if I win at all, they win in the way that I want to win. Oh, I guess maybe you're meaning like, are they a cheap character? Like, okay, obviously, I'm really good at fighting games. So when I would play Baraka in Mortal Kombat, I would just hit my brothers with one of these, like that, and they would be like, oh, they're just the cheapest move. And I'm like, I'm still beating you, so it's fine. But no, it probably didn't feel as good as like winning a better way. Okay, I'm understanding. Mid-range, the all-rounder. Good at a number of ranges, good tools for a number of situations, good characters to learn basics on. Ryu, Mario, Scorpion. Does Sub-Zero also fall into this category? I feel like Sub-Zero and Scorpion are kind of mirror characters. Move in and out of opponent's range, then whiff or block punish if possible, engage on your terms. So predictable, I knew you do that. Oh, okay, so maybe not really, because when I played Sub-Zero, it was more like freeze and smack and get away, and Scorpion's more like come here. Rush down. I'm on you like white on rice. Excels at getting into close range and staying there. Typically fragile with low health defenses. If you want to find a way in, no matter what. Ooh, this is not the characters that I would play. Fragility means I don't play them. Nina, Fox. Yeah, I'm not a Fox player. I'm bad at Fox. Cammy. Use high-low mix-ups movement to catch opponent unaware and shave off health. Run them down. Don't let them escape. Is this why Foxes feel so oppressive? I feel like I'm putting things together for the first time. Grapplers, where my hug at? Threat. Generally larger, slower, more health, incredibly strong in close, weak, or useless at other ranges. Big reward for correct decision. League of Legends, this is set. Correct? Obviously, it's fighting game, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, example, Zangief. Potemkin? King, Tekken. Take your time getting in. Once you're in, give him a hug, rinse and repeat. Yeah, my brother played a guy like this. Gouda, hello. Thank you for the 43 months. Thank you for the prime. Did you stream today just for my birthday? Oh, 2 birthdays. It's Millie's birthday too. Happy birthday from all of us to you. We
Hello,
hope you
Charlie.
have a good day so we can party too.
Did you stream today just for my birthday?
Happy birthday. Thanks for the resub. Okay, I get the Zangief, guys. I'm not usually a... Oh, King's the Jaguar. I know King. He's cool. Zoners. Oh, I already know that I don't like them. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a fireball. Yeah, I already know that I don't like this character. Long limbs or projectiles to keep out your opponent. Fireballs and traps are used to restrict movement and chip down health. Keep your opponent locked down all game. Yeah. Not, Dalism? Dalism, excuse me, not Dalism. Morrigan? Glacius. So, you may not know this about me, Lab Wolf, but I also played quite a bit of Pokken Tournament. I had it on my Wii U. I bought 2 Wii U's. I might have more Wii U's than anyone on Earth. I might have gotten more use out of a Wii U than anyone on Earth, but I'm trying to think of Pokken characters that this relates to, because that's like the only one that I really feel like played a lot of. Lay down cover fire at all times. Use prediction to choose what moves use next. Okay. Yes, this seems very annoying. A lot of Pokken characters are based on Tekken characters. Oh, okay. You need as third so you can have 3. Most characters are a hybrid of 2 or more archetypes. Okay, Pichu. Pichu's a rushdown. Well, I guess it makes sense. Pichu hurts itself too. I am a Pika main in Smash. I play Pika. I play Squirtle. Who else do I play? I play Pit. Dark Pit, I think. I'm like looking at all these, like, who else? The occasional Kerbo. Yeah, but when I play Pokemon Trainer, it's mostly just Squirtle, I think. Then I played against my friend Alex, and he played Ganondorf and just ruined my life. And I was like, maybe Smash is not for me. How do I start? Pick a character. Practice till you feel comfortable using the character. Can you do what you want when you want to? Go into an unranked or casual queue, or preferably play with friends. Can you do what you want while someone else is trying to hit you? Okay, are these friends going to ruin my life? I guess it's like trial by fire, right? You don't want them to go too easy on you, because then you're not getting real experience. But like, I don't want this to be so fun for you, destroying me the whole time, that I'm going to not play fighting games anymore. Practice what you're not comfortable with. That's true. Actually, that advice helped me the most in League of Legends, because I used to be the biggest scaredy cat on the planet. Like, jungle would show mid, and I would immediately like flash barrier and run away, just blow my sums for no reason because I was scared. I would be terrified in lane against Talons or Zeds, and I wouldn't know what to do because I only played Lux. And then my friend that was, I think, only like Platinum, it's like, we're gonna do some 1v1s where I just bully you with Zed until you learn his cooldowns. And he was the nicest person, for the record, but it did help. I was like, oh, you have 20 seconds on your W? That's not immediately. It helped. Go into ranked if you want. This may get frustrating. Play to learn, not to win. Smart. That's smart. That's good advice for any game. Practice what you're not comfortable with. Again, yeah, just reiterating, rinse and repeat. Don't be discouraged. Personal growth is the goal. Fighting games are a process of learning. Time doesn't always equal mastery. Practice one thing at a time until you feel comfortable. If you're not having fun, take a break. This is general good advice. This can also be applicable to League of Legends. Really, any ranked experience, I would say. Very good. Is this the end? Oh, I was having so much fun. I do actually feel like I learned a lot here. I'm wondering, I'm like, oh, what else did I play? I played a lot of Soul Calibur. Been so long. I liked it. I think this was a good PowerPoint. This was very nice. Oh, hold on. Okay, let me open up this. Where's the fighting game Charlie arc? No one wants to see me play no fighting game, man. I would annoy myself so quickly that there's just no way it wouldn't work. What's the best class to play in Skyrim, and why is it Stealth Archer? Stealth Archer is the class that everyone plays, but the real best class, if I'm being honest, is you gotta play Orc Warrior. Because the Orcs racial, that, what is it, the Berserk mode is just so good. It's so legit. Alright. Where are we going this time? Yeah, the Rage Berserk. Any specific feedback? Thank you for the review. I'm presenting it at a convention. Oh, I love it. On Friday. I don't know that I have any specific feedback. It might be... This is just something... I'm kind of content brained, right? Because I'm a streamer. But for your example slides, I think it would be helpful to add more examples from like all the games that you end up covering in the slideshow. Not every fighting game of all time, right? Like that would be crazy. But just to add like a couple more in each, I think that would be helpful. And then people can go, oh, I play that. And then they'll remember it. You're doing your first playthrough of Skyrim? Oh, wow, what I would give. What I would give. But Char, what do you mean? You're an expert at fighting for your life in this Pokemon mode. That is how it feels. Okay, let's make a poll. Which Pokeball? Left, right, middle. Poll begins. Here we go. Wait, why do I have 38? Why do I have 38 minutes in this? Hold on. That seems wrong. Oh, because we've been... that's been stream... Is that just how long I've had stream open? Okay, that's probably... That makes more sense. Losing gracefully, yada yada. Oh yeah, that's good too. That's a good thing to add, because I forget. I'm a fairly patient person, I would say. So I usually, if I lose, I'm like, damn, what did I do wrong? I'm so bad at this game. Instead of being like, they're so cheap. They're not better than me, they're just more annoying than I am. You know what I'm saying? Can't wait to play Pokemon Pokopia tomorrow. Me either. Pokopia has smashed records. It is currently the highest rated Pokemon game of all time. By all the critics, at least. And that's wild. So I'm very much looking forward to it. I pre-ordered it. If we're going right. Oh no, we did play this one already. Okay, so we'll go right for the next one. This was our Citadel run. Whoopsies. That makes more sense why there was 38 minutes on that now. Okay, we're going right though, because that's what you guys voted for. Oh, Obstagoon. Oh yeah, well he also said too in his presentation that he's going to be doing a lot of the talking, like narrating over it, right? I didn't have any sort of script to read off of besides what was on the slide, so I'm sure that you're going to be more in depth than me. Oh, Super Repel. That's nice. Grievard. Stuffle. We missed out on Hydrapple. Oh, and they have base stat of 540, so we could have used them too. Damn. Where's Stuffle going up against freaking Hydrapple right now? Oh. Oh, cute Orbital. Oh, hold on. Defense Curl, Belly Drum, Sleep Powder, and Meteor Mash. That's kind of crazy. We have Belly Drum. Belly Drum is so high risk, high reward though. But where we have Sleep Powder. But we have Meteor Mash, which is... I don't know. Not that bad. Okay, what ability do we have? We have Sticky Hold? Oh, sorry. Forgot about the nickname giveaway. Yeah. Having one attacking move that's 10 power points is kind of scary. But we're Stuffle, so we learn our next move at 8. And then 12, and then 16. So we'll learn at least 2 more moves before Roxanne, if we get there. God willing. Brittle. What are we naming our female Stuffle? Bearware. It's gonna be so funny when if it evolves and it's no longer a bear. It evolves into Inteleon. Oh, please don't do that. Sticky Hold. Alright. Naughty Nature. Ooh, it's Attack Up. Attack Up with Belly Drum? Excuse me, what a beautiful sprite. That is gorgeous. This evolves at level 27, technically. What is in the water over here? Why are we running into all the endgame boss monsters? Hi, Vern. 3D printing a new arcade stick as we speak, actually. Oh, nice. Cute Stuffle. I wish we had hyper voice on Stuffle. Oh, we can't sleep powder them because they're grass, right? Ah, man. That's not good. Maybe we do... I was like, do we do one defense curl? But I think we just gotta try and meteor mash them. Ooh, we crit. Nice. Yikes. Are you joking? Are you serious? Oh. Wow. Insanely unlucky. Oh, man. Alright. Like, thanks for the biddies. Two zap cannons in a row. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll do another little poll. I wish it saved my poll so I could just do the same poll again. Ta-da. I'll get the nickname giveaway going too. Oh, mine. Even the rules, it's supposed to be random via the plugin regardless. Oh wait, what are you saying to me? I think we have to choose the starter instead of rando. It is part of the rules. There's gotta be random. Davus. Oh, left and right are tied. They're tied again? They were untied and now they're retied. Okay. Eleanor. Personal shovel. Now, what does that mean? Plugin says right. Yeah, guess we gotta go right. Sharpedo. Synesty. We can't go right. It's Chiyu. No. I guess we gotta go left. We have to go left. I wish I had Chiyu right now. Mach Punch, Shadow Ball, Dragon Breath, Snore. Can't hit it. Neutral, resists. We have a lot of coverage. Okay. We do have clear body. Okay, hold on. Let's see, what are we naming our little Synesty? Cam! You get to name her, him, them. There's no gender. Clear body's crazy. But we're still just a little teacup. Chip! Beauty and the Beast. I love that. That's so cute. Did I tell you guys? At Disneyland, one of the only things that Andy wanted to do for, as far as meeting the characters was meet Gaston. And when we met him, he was like, "Oh, I thought you might be Beast. You are but a man with beastly physique." It was so funny. Okay, we got Stab Shadow Ball, so I think we ball. We're not balling very hard though. We got Mach Punch. This might do more. Nice. What is personal shovel? What does this mean? It's a TikTok meme? Oh my god, how am I? I'm finally learning. I'm using TikTok these days. We're gonna get rid of Snore for acid armor. A guy who shovels snow on company time? Oh. I kind of forgot Sharpedo was part dark type. That was my fault. What do you learn your moves? One more at 12? The next one's until 24? Oh, we need a moonstone. We might never evolve our Synesty. They would just be saying shit, to be honest. Dude, that's what I'm saying, right? David really just be saying things all the time. I think I sent you what David is referencing to. I did just send a video with a lady singing Personal Company Shovel. Okay, hold on. Let me be informed really fast. Let me quickly inform myself. Oh my god, that's loud. I gotta be up to date on memes. This is a League of Legends video. Did you send it to me, Cam? Cam, where is it? The only TikTok I have is League of Legends. That's why I think. Oh, okay, hold on. I didn't watch the whole video. Hold on. Mining? Oh. Oh, wait, I shadow balled. Wait, no, that would have been fine. He just camouflaged. Goodbye. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on there. Hi, Papa Fear. That video lost me. I love clear body and I like our moveset, but this might be a pivot angle. If we live long enough to get past the flower shop with all the items and we don't find a moonstone, it might be pivot time. Or is that way too late? Oh, I don't know. Look at that video that needs time to digest later on, not during stream. Okay. You got it. Araquanid. Oh, Araquanid's so cool. What a great Pokemon. Why do you have that? Don't do that ever again. I remember Sinistea, but I forgot who. But this one Pokemon content creator kept getting shiny Shinotix instead of T. Oh no. I wonder if it was Agent V. I know that she did a hunt for a really long time for shiny Sinistea. Arpin. Hooray! Rock and roll. Mach Punch is kind of crazy though. Nice. Perfect. Beautiful. Whoops. It was funny because when I was there, I kept making funny jokes about it and it became a meme for a bit. Oh, that's awesome. I love the community. I was like, oh my god, a shiny Shiinotic, and they actually got it. What if we just did get super lucky and find a moonstone though, you know? Oh, look at Badu! Oh, what a great Pokemon. No itchy pollen here. come here. Who do you got? Last Tiana. Oh, I love that cry. Hooray! Quaxwell. Hello, Mr. Quaxwell. What is that emote, David? Is that like a Bitmoji emote? That's so funny. Wow, you know me so well. A figgy berry. I'm not missing any other item places, right? Like every time I just run through this town, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I haven't missed anything. Whoops. Crust? Oh, look how pissed Crustle looks. He looks so mad. Earthquake. Oh, we dodged it. I don't know. Having Mach Punch on a ghost type is just so good for us. Oh, bulk up. Scary. The X-ray he does. Wow. We love a lot of XP. Metal coat. I got so excited for a moment. Oh man. Dive ball. We got a dusk stone. Oh, our odds are dropping. Oops. Go over here. If you ever go back to convention, should I be nervous to say hello IRL? Oh. Wait, but this Bagon does not evolve into Salamis. Gotta keep it realistic. Alright, I'm actually here now. Hello, Ace. How's it going? An ether. That's good, that's good. And also, Casey, no, of course not. Haven't we already said hi to each other at a convention? Ooh, zinc. Many moons ago. Ooh. White flute. Oh boy. Oh, Sprigatito is so cute. Sprigatito with Volt Tackle is just like, yeah, I'm the new Pikachu of the new anime. Nice. Good night, Millie. Happy birthday. Oh. Hi, Tornadus. No thanks. Sacred Ash. That's pretty cool. The animation was rad. I love when you run into the legendaries in the wild. It's so it's so scary every time. The aura. I wish I could use those. Berry juice? That's not bad. Uh-oh. Primal Groudon! Right after we said that? No thank you. No thank you. Oh man. What is happening? That's scary. Okay. Get our watering pail and our random berry. What are you mad at us for? I don't know. Needs to relax. I have made a mistake. There we go. Do I get cut in this town? To come back for that Pokeball, potentially? I get it over here, don't I? This one? Or is it behind the Poke Center? Oh. Oh, but I can't learn it. That's right, I have to have an HM Pokemon. You can't learn HM moves. But what if that's the Moonstone? You need the badge anyways? Oh man. Well, there's no other hidden items anywhere, yeah. Hey, Cutie Kitten, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Hope you're doing well. Could I get a shout out for Cutie Kitten, by the way, please? There's this Pokeball. Well, shout out. Wait, the shout out didn't work. Hold on, hold on. I got it. There we go. Guys, Cutie Kitten, I met through the League of Legends partner program like many moons ago. But she is also a cosplayer and she does a lot of like fitness influencing and she's beautiful. So highly recommend you give her a follow. Oh. Is this a mod Emerald? I saw you encounter Tornadus. Yes. I'm playing the Nat Dex up to Gen 9. Emerald Ironmon Kaizo. Damn it. Okay, we got a calcium. So basically, I can have one Pokemon. All the moves are randomized. All the Pokemon are randomized. And if my one Pokemon faints, I gotta start all the way over. And we have this little guy who's pretty great, but he's got really low base stats because he's just little Sinisty. So I'm trying to find a Moonstone to see if maybe we can evolve him into something better. Okay, but doesn't look like we're gonna do that right now at least, so we're just gonna have to keep going. We're gonna have to try and get him to level 15 to enter Roxanne's gym. There's another item at the very bottom right of town. Oh, hold on. Amnesia. What do I have right now? Acid armor? For defense? Special defense. I feel like we might want defense more than special defense. I don't know, I'm thinking of dark moves. I feel like a lot of dark moves can be physical. Or you could have both, yeah, and get rid of Dragon Breath, I guess. That doesn't seem... I don't know. He is perfect as he is. Well, he just is a little baby, though, is the thing. Yeah, I like Mach Punch. I think I'm going to... I don't know. I feel like maybe we'll get more use out of special defense. Can you describe how he Mach Punches? Yes. Do you see his little arm? Like this little teacup arm right here? He just whoosh, like flies over. That's the only way I see it happening. I think we're gonna keep defense instead of special defense. I'm probably gonna regret that later, but it is what it is. Nature power. He spins fast and you wake up. You wake up unconscious is such a funny sentence. Yeah, you said it's at the... Oh, I did forget these. I forgot these berries. And I think she gives you something too, doesn't she? Chesto berry. Ultra ball. Dang. I can't believe we got 2 dusk stones. Like, what are the odds of that? Is that not crazy? Yeah, I guess we just gotta keep fighting though. How do you wake up unconscious? That reminds me, what is that, like Scary Movie? Like, how do you wake up dead? He was dead when he woke up. Yikes. Flinch! They crit. But it's okay. We have some healing moves. Hold on. Hold on. It's not over yet. We only have berry juice, actually. We just got the berry. Well, no, we got some orange berries, too. Okay, we're okay. It's Psybeamed. We're fine. Bite is also a special move I'm now seeing. And now I'm completely regretting getting rid of Amnesia. Man. Why are you so fast? How is Bite special? That's what I'm saying. I was literally thinking of Bite and Crunch, and I was like, yeah, those are physical. Night Slash is physical. We have Sacred Ash. We for sure can't use it, though. Okay. Hey, thank you, cutie kitten. Have a good night. Okay, that was horrifying. Isn't it just a fancy full restore, essentially? No, Sacred Ash revives all fainted Pokemon. It's like the Ho-Oh item. And if we've already fainted, then we can't use it. Unfortunately. Okay, we'll give you an Oran Berry. It also fully heals alive, I thought. Maybe it does. Maybe it has a secondary thing that it does. I didn't know that. I guess we'll have to test it out. You don't give us anything, right? He gives us a TM the whole time. You know how many times I ran past this guy? He gave us Bullet Seed. That's so crazy. That what is this, 45 attempts? This is 45 attempts of me never getting that item. Oh my god. Well. There's a bottom item here too? Oh my god. I'm actually... okay. Guess we're just playing this game with fresh eyes right now. It does, but only works with at least one fainted mon in the party. Oh, I see. Okay. What? How did you protect twice like that? That's really lucky. 3 in a row, huh? What are you, the luckiest Leafeon? What is going on? Oh my god. There's almost 5 protects in a row. I'll start using other moves. Stop. Stop protecting. You will soon run out. This is crazy. What the hell? Stall Leafeon, but my only stall is that I just hit protect. Pokeball. Man. Now I'm like, is there any other item that I've possibly missed? I've never gotten this bottom item. Like, is there an item over here? I'm watching. Nah, it doesn't appear to be. Flip. Nice. Dude, the Mach Punch is getting some value. Whoa. What's the max gen this game? 9. The only mons that it doesn't include are the brand new Mega Evolutions from ZA. Crazy. Okay, and then our last trainer to fight is this girl right here, I guess. Well, I guess there's a couple more, but we might as well fight her. Because I think we'll get 15 off of whatever Pokemon she has. Beldum? Wow. Okay, I was wrong. We did not. But, maybe this fisherman? Shadow Ball? Oh, Ace, it's your guy! It's freaking Magneton. He just says, what's at the bottom of the sea? You don't have any items for me. 2 dusk stones? Of all the stones. That is, like, just so troll. So incredibly troll. Hello, Mega Garchomp. Don't mind me. We were just leaving. That should be everything other than the trainers before the tunnel? Okay. Well... Oh wait, we haven't fought him. Damn, we had to fight every trainer. Gumshoes. Rough skin. Okay, we finally hit 15. Trace? Yuck. It's partner Eevee. See you later. Oh. Okay, thank goodness you didn't confuse me. I was about to get PTSD from all the confusion we had last stream. Okay, guys. Here we go. There's something in my freaking eyeball. What do you got, kid? Nice. This looks like a job for Mach Punch. Amazing. Oh. This is the punchiest cup anyone's ever seen. One thing about my cup, he's punching. Wonderful. This is going, just okay. Sand Slash. Look at a Alolan Sand Slash. Wow. We are just the most fighting cup. We've been getting pretty lucky with some of these matchups. Did you shiny hunt your starter in Leaf Green? I did not. I did not, but I do have a shiny Venusaur already, so I didn't feel the need to. I'm probably gonna shiny hunt for Vulpix though. Just has the normal move, the age. I almost said Age Slash. The Alolan Slash gets. Yeah, Ice Ball. Dragon Breath? Oh my gosh. Oh. I should have used something that would kill. Okay. Okay, oh my gosh. I'm a little stressed. We're once again going into this fight with half health. Okay, let me just look at my bag again. We have Bullet Seed. I don't think that's something that I want to try. I don't think that Chip can even learn it, but we have our Oranberry. We have one of pretty much everything else. We'll just take our little vitamins right now. Cause what the heck? We're just take all our little vitamins right now. We probably should have taken them a while ago, but okay. Okay, licky licky. I'm gonna do one acid armor. Okay, we already used our Oranberry. That was actually a pretty nice little sequence right there. Oh, he's so... Ooh. And we can't Shadow Ball him. I'm wondering... Maybe we do 2 acid armors, and then maybe I can Oranberry, depending on what he does. I was thinking Dragon Breath too. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, we're getting into scary crit range. Bastard. You know, I'm gonna Orin again because I'll be able to Mach Punch next turn. And then I won't be in a horrible position for the next Mon, is my guess. My hope. I'm not in a great position though. Boy. Okay. It taunted again? Hmm? Ice Beam's scary. Okay, keep taunting, that's fine. I was just hoping for a crit. Ooh, that's so bad. So bad. Okay, maybe we Orin. It taunted again. I can thaw. We have the Asper Berry. Maybe I should have Dragon Breath. Okay, nice. God, I don't think we're gonna make it, fellas. Oh my, why are you mono normal type? What is actually going on? Why are you mono normal type? This is incredibly unlucky. Oh, GG. 3 normal types in a row. And then Shadow Ball. Oh man, I probably genuinely should have just pivoted early. We just needed a stronger Mon. We had such a promising move pool, but just we didn't have the stats. Chip did do pretty good. I would agree. That was a good run, Chip. You gave it your best shot. Okay, we'll do the nickname giveaway again. And then I'll just let the randomizer maybe pick which ball. Or the randomizer, the tracker. Because I don't think David's here to do the poll. Magnet, okay, this says left. Monferno, Basculin, Galarian Zigzagoon. Oh no. Okay. We got a 240 base stat. String Shot, Spark, Fire Punch, Razor Wind. Well, at least we've got Stab, Razor Wind. He has huge power. Hold on. Hold on. He's got huge power. Or she's got huge power, I mean. Nameless. Nameless, what should we name our Zigzagoon? Huge power is crazy. I can't deny that. Even though we have such little stats to begin with. Oh no, Whelp. I believe in you. Oh, Nameless. Not Gooner. Oh man. Said whelp. Guess there's only one option. Okay, so I think we're against... Who's the middle ball? There's Basculin and... I don't even remember. Okay, let's look at you. Huge power. We're adamant with huge power? Guys. That's kind of crazy. If we're able to do something with it. Please don't have a freaking fighting move. What? Why the fuck? Ow. Okay, well. Our hopes dashed to the Lugia move. All right, we're going next. Rip Gooner, we knew her well, kind of. We knew her for moments. Rip Potential Mon. I guess that would only really have gone crazy if it evolved into something and kept huge power. Gorgeist. Did we not just get Gorgeist? Did I do this right? Safari Ball? No, that's new, yeah? We only got 2 votes for left. There's no other votes. Oh, 1 for mid? 3 for, it looks like a left to go. Oh no, this is different. Clamperl, Cinderace. Zarude has 600 base stat. So we cannot go Zarude. We have Clamperl that will not ever evolve because there's no shot we're getting a deep sea tooth. So we probably would pivot or Cinderace. Let me randomize this so it's fair. Okay. Cinderace it is. Yeah, Zarude is a mythical, but also 600 base stat. Cinderace has Drizzle. Oh my lord. Psycho Boost, Extrasensory, Revenge, and Grudge. Okay. Okay, so we can get one shot by Carablast. Boost is nice, that's true, but our ability sucks. Our ability sucks like big time. You have Safari Ball to pivot if you need it. That's true, we could do an early pivot. We could do a pivot before we fight our guy. We just might. We just might. If we find something cool. Cam, what are we naming Cinderace? That's Beckham. That is Beckham. Oh, I spelled it wrong. It's Beckham. Whoops. Who do we got in this little grasses? Well, we're not pivoting to Plusle, that's for sure. Oh. I wish we could catch him so bad. That would be so crazy. Anyone else around here? Do what? Do what? Not terrible. Don't we have to fight Zarude? I started out with a Safari Ball, so we could technically catch something else. Oh, that's true, our only move is Psychic. We might have to pivot. Sneasel is not a bad option. I think that might be all for the grass here. Oh, Barboach. We got Revenge for super effective. Hold on, let's just look at this for a second. Let's look at Cinderace. Grudge is so trash. That's true, that is true. We have Revenge. So we might not be completely lost if we fight with Cinder. Let's see, let's check this grass too. Who's over here? Blitzel? Why do you have Shadow Tag? Stop that. This is so ridiculous. Like, I'm not catching Blitzel. That's just a bad investment. Now we're level 6. It's not our intention. But I can't keep running into Blitzels either. Shroodle. Love me some Cinderace. It's just unfortunate he's got such a bad ability in our randomizer. Drizzle is just not what we need. Ooh, Grovyle. Ooh, but he's only level 2. Yeah, Grovyle's really cool, but he's on level 2. Maybe if we can find a higher level one. Hi, Pokesaurus. I think we have to pivot before Forest. That's probably a good idea. Galvantula. Milcery. I'm like kind of holding out hope for Grovyle, but I'm also worried about running into more Blitzels with Shadow Tag. Just checking out your stream too. I've never played Emerald before. Oh, well, welcome. We're playing the Nat Dex version. So it's the Nat Dex patch. So we've got up to Gen 9 in this Dex, and then we're playing an Ironmon Kaizo, so I can only use one Pokemon. And there's a bunch of other rules, but that's the gist, basically. Where's his head? You can encounter this version of Ice-Cube without its head? Oh, because it doesn't have that ability. Oh, that makes sense, actually. You can only run into him because he doesn't have his head. Poor Ice-Cube. Hi. You wouldn't happen to have Shadow Tag, would you? Yikes. Crikey. Does that mean you could run into a Pokemon with Ice-Cube's head? Potentially. Oh, another level 2. We can skip the girl on the first route, the girl in front of the forest and the beach, but I think Aqua Grunt we should have our Mon set. That's a good idea. So maybe I don't want to miss out on too much XP. Wow, Combuskin and Grovyle? Kind of crazy. Combuskin wouldn't be bad for fighting Zarude, but they're just so low level. Like, I can't fight him with a level 2. That'll be horrible. Well, Rhyhorn. Dude, there's so many Pokemon in this route. And they're all so low. Blitzel was the highest level we fought. I love Rhyhorn too. I'm a Rhydon fan. I know, I'm kind of partial to Grovyle or Combuskin. If we can run into one of them at maybe like a level 4 or 5. That might be asking a lot. Level 4 Gengar is kind of crazy. I think we might have to go Gengar. Like, that's pretty... I mean, if Zarude has a dark move, we're kind of screwed, but like, I think this is the move. We're making an executive decision. Okay. We're not far into the game. Okay, if you'd like to nickname our brand new Gengar, type ! name. Okay, I'll give it like 10 seconds. Alright. Suki, what are we naming Gengar? Did I even ask? 8, yeah, I should have known. Suki, do you know it's March? It's March of 2026. It's been 6 years since Egg here. Is that crazy? Oh my god, you guys are not even going to believe what ability this Gengar has. I'm gonna be such a clickbait YouTuber right now because you can't see it. You're not even ready. We actually might have struck gold here. Got levitate. Okay, well now what's your move pool? I'm scared. I was kidding. Yeah, sorry, we got levitate. Haha. Hee hee. Mock punch. Okay. Imprison prevents the foes from knowing moves known by the user. Double edge and thief. This is not great, but let's see. We're level 4. We learned our next move at level 12. Okay, we might struggle a little bit. It's okay. We do at least know that there's that TM that maybe we'll be able to use by the flower shop. I mean, it won't even matter if we don't beat Zarude, but... No, levitate is so nice on Gengar. Getting rid of the poison weakness to ground is like... incredibly lucky. We got a mock punch. We didn't. Why does everyone have Zap Cannon? I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Am I being pranked? Oh my god, dude. It's so over. I can't. We'll just mock punch again. Keep missing, you ass. Do you only know that move? Is that the only move you know? I'm sick. We got Gengar with levitate. That one hurt. That one hurt. I can't lie. All right. Next run. Who knows? We might even get something better. Ponyta. Hey Kink, how's it going? Okay, we picked right this time. Moo milk is good. That's a nice item to have. Electabuzz. Okay, Kingdra. Legendary favorite clause. I get to pick Rayquaza. It's in the rules. It's in the rules. It's the favorites clause. It's okay. This is the craziest thing we could have had as our first. Sleep Talk double-edged crunch bullet seed. Oh man. Only if under 600 base stat. Oh, Rayquaza is definitely not under 600 base stat. I'm gonna have to start this over. Whoa, so Cam can veto it, but not me. Well, to be honest, I thought the favorites clause included over 600 base stat for a legendary, or else I would not have said that at all. So we could just restart, but then that means I'm fighting Rayquaza, which is insane. Yeah, its base stat total is 680, so maybe I just have to pivot early no matter what. Once I get Pokeballs. I guess we should have stuck with right. I know. Justice for Electabuzz, honestly. Okay, well, what are we naming him anyway? Pokesaurus. It's in the Kaizo Ironmon section. Rats. It's okay, I'll just pivot. We'll fight our guy and then pivot. Or I could just hold on. You still get to name it. By the way, Poke. But we'll just pick Buzz. We'll just make it easy. No legendaries or 580 plus Pokemon in favorites. Okay, yeah then. So I need to look at what that even is then. If we pick Buzz, that means that we have to fight Rayquaza, by the way. So well, here we go. Buzz it is. Draining. We got Draining Kiss. We have Sky Attack, Razor Leaf, and Crab Hammer. Actually, kind of a nutty set here. If only we had a stab electric move. But this does go kind of wild. Blast Burn. Oh, sorry, Vern, did you? Did I miss? Oh man, hold on. I gotta do the redeems. I saw that. I got a little distracted, okay? Poke, what are we naming Electabuzz? Is Draining Kiss even allowed? Oh no, it's not allowed. You're right. Damn. Buzz Lightyear. We can't put Lightyear. We can put Buzz Light. Buzz Light. Buzz Lightyear. Oh, you're right. Hold on. I'm thinking too little. Wait. Light year. Light year. Okay. I just wanted Lightyear by itself. Oh, wow. Damn it. Sorry. My bad. Wait, what do we have? We have Swift Swim? Hmm. We're not gonna see a whole lot of use out of that, huh? We have a neutral nature. We can't use Draining Kiss. This is a different fight. Yeah, it's gonna resist all three of these moves and has double edge, so... Okay. Imagine if we could use Draining Kiss though. Would have been so sick. I wasn't. We're just going next. I don't think 2 crab hammers was gonna hit. I mean, I guess I could have tried to play for the crit instead of giving up. That's true. That's true. I'm just a teensy bit heartbroken. Nope, Magnemite. Hello, Mom. That sure did happen. I say we redo that one with Ray Ray and Pivot. I feel like I committed too hard. Sorry, I already looked. I already clicked it. That was my bad. That was my bad. Whoops. Whoops. I can't back out. I'm just talking and moving. Hey, J-Ma. Well, we know that mid is Beartic. Correction, we know Beartic is mid. Whoa. Okay, left is Phantom and Grafii. Okay, Phantom it is. Ready, Fuzzballs. What are you doing out of containment? Grass Whistle, Poison Powder, Skull Bash, Double Kick. Hiya, Char. Please choose the bag, not the Pokeballs. We rob him and run away. Phantom has some potential, for sure. Jolteon's just locked into this right now. Alright, nickname is open for little Phantom. We need the link cable to evolve him. We're locked into another 300 base stat Pokemon. So we'll probably pivot. It's got inner focus though. Wise one. What would you like to nickname Phantom? How do we double kick? Those branches on our head. The only way I can think of it working. Stumpless? He is stumpless. Ivysaur. I love you, Ivysaur. Ledian. Oh, Ledian, I wish that you were a good Pokemon. So cool. Got inner focus, but not bad. We like preventing flinching. Not great. You're laughing because you thought of 35 attack Comet Punch. Damn Comet Punch. Alright, here we go. Oh! Nice. We crit? Oh my god. Amazing. Good job, Stumpless. Thank God we didn't go Baratic. Oh my god. Splash? Yikes. When do we allow stuff below the belt? It's, they changed the text for some of the early trainers just to help, like, with the speed of everything. But that one's so funny. Just take a peek. Who's over here? Well, you're very nice, but we can't use you. Arena Trap Tapu Koko? Can we be serious? This is so crazy. You've stabbed Play Rough. What am I even doing? I'm gonna have to just catch and release it. I have to just catch it and because I can't risk it killing me with stab Play Rough. And we can't use it because it's a legendary, so. It's just poisoned. Felicipod! Could box it might learn cut. That's not a bad idea either. Ooh, Malamar. Malamar is a pretty good Pokemon. It's at least a really strong typing. Only good with his ability. Until you get one X Scizor? Yeah, I mean, that's true. But being scared of bug types, like, come on. Mega Mawile? Steel Fairy? I mean, that is... Yeah, I'm gonna pivot. Now we're talking. That's why I said when I had a ghost type with Wonder Guard, Charlie. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, what are we naming our Mawile? Our Mega Mawile. I believe in him. Let's see it, let's see it. Winter! Winter, what are we naming him? Chompy! Oh! Whoops. Mega Bannet too? That's so crazy. Okay, she is only level 3 and that is very scary. Rip Tapu Koko. Okay, we gotta box the other two though. This patch is crazy. It really is. Whoops. Okay, let's see. Oops. What do you got? Static? Okay. Not bad. Perish Song. Vital Throw. Bubble and Crush Claw. Well. We might just lose. we might just be losing. Oh, back sprite. It looks so cool. Nice. Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm just like, let's just try a couple moves. That's not good. Nice. Yay. Oh, Hydro Pump. I mean, that's a little bit better than Bubble, quite frankly. Well, I'm actually just gonna get rid of Perish Song. Nice. Phenomenal. Now we're right where we started. We're at a level 5. I feel okay. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, we'll get rid of our other water move for coverage, but I'm like, not over Perish Song. That's not good. C2. Our next move is 8 and 12, and then one more at 16. We learned 3 at 16? We might be okay. We might be okay. Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch. Man, I hope not. Wow, he got the stab boost for ancient power. The vanilla spray is kind of terrifying. Was it the 1,000-mile stare that it has? Okay, low kicks. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Low kick's kind of scary. Oof. Nice. We do have so many resistances right now. Like, it feels like this nice little safety net. And you know what? Mega Mawile has a surprisingly kind of low base stat total. It's only 480. And we are slow. We are like quite slow. Nice. Hidden power? It might... It might be nice. I don't know what the hidden power would be. Maybe I'll get rid of Bubble. But now we do get kind of walled by ghosts, so maybe that's not a great idea. I mean, Bubble's, I don't think, really gonna save us too much. Oh, Galarian Ponyta. We try it and see what it does to his pure psychic type. Maybe Dark? Maybe Dark, maybe Ghost? Maybe Bug? That's good. I guess it could also be Fairy, couldn't it? Or does Fairy just resist Psychic? See what it does to a normal electric type. Oh, I think it's Ghost. Doesn't affect it. Gotta be Ghost. This is not good. But it's going to hit us with Dig, and then hopefully we're alive, and then we can Hydro Pump. Yeah, okay, we're fine. We paralyzed the electric Pokemon. Speaking of being walled by ghosts, yeah, how nice is that? Oh wait, no, but it's hidden power. So even, hold on, is that how that works? Because hidden power is technically like a normal type move. Hidden power still hits ghosts? Cause I guess I could try it right now. Wow, that's so good. Oh, I just Whoops. I love doing that to ghost types. We just talked about it. We like just, that was the whole conversation was being walled by ghosts. I'm like, now that my hidden power works, surely every move that I have will work. Shout out to people only recently learning that in Gen 1 normal types were immune to para via body slam. So many fun little things with Gen 1. So many fun little quirks in Gen 1. Oops. Hello? Oh, a fresh water. That's good. That's good. Mango berry. I'm gonna... Whoops. I didn't mean to run through the grass. I'm gonna fight this guy first. There we go. This guy, he's just a kid. Leaving footprints in the sand is fun. Fletching's not even a fire type yet. Oh, Rev Room. Oh, well that doesn't matter to us. That's pretty good. Rev Room with Sandstream though? Not bad, not bad at all. Ooh, and Ingrain. Hooray! Yeah, watch, is gonna have Wish and Protect. Okay, we'll fight you too. Oh. Damn. Well, we're already pretty slow. I had to go get a cheese of despair. That was so unlucky. That was so unlucky. I don't have words. That was so promising. Upgrade. Okay, I'll wait. It's right. Alright, right it is. Iron Crown. Swampert. Rabobby! Survive this! Rabobby, please survive this, please! T-Bolt, not bad. That was such a solid pivot. I'm here. This has been a night of heartbreak so far. Levitate Gengar. Mega Mawile. Cameron Animations, what would you like to nickname Rabombi? Someone threw their pizza at the wall at work today? What the hell? What did they do that for? Staying alive. Staying. We're not gonna be able to fit alive. Staying live. Staying alive? Oh, I see what you're saying. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Wait, what do we have? Early bird? Awakens quickly from sleep? Not horrid. When do we learn stuff? 18? Oof. Ooh. That's not good. You get walled by Golurk. Oh. We're walled by Swampert right now. We can't Thunderbolt. How come you get all the fun moves? Wow. Thanks. Extremely rude. What a troll Swampert build. Our moveset is so rough. What do we even do? Yeah, if we run into any ghost ground type, it's just over. We will not be able to continue. The TM has got to be really good. Yeah, we have to hope that we can use it, right? We crit. Wow. Okay, a run almost ended to 1 rock. But it didn't. But it didn't. Oh, woof, my bad. This... Should I be scouting? Should we just take a peek? Ooh. Level 4 Pidgeot. Hold on. Hold on. That's not that bad. But I guess let's see what else we could run into. Not a bad option though. We're not pivoting to Spinda. We're not pivoting to this Spinda either, even though I like this one's eyebrows. Barracuda. Does evolve at 26. Duraludon. Ooh, Duraludon's not bad. Duraludon is not bad. Hi, it's good to see you again. I hope you're doing well. Little Sinisty. I shiny hunted shiny Arrokuda for way too long in Sword and Shield and never found one. Really? Aww. Why does this Arrokuda have Arena Trap? That's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, I guess I forget that they can have two abilities, huh? Ooh, Salazzle. Salazzle's not bad. Well, lots of ground moves just smoke you though. I want to say something about my hot take. For the record, I hope I'm wrong. That's it. Fair enough, Poke. I hope this one does not also have Arena Trap. Okay, good. Why is Salazzle looking so smug? She just is. She's just smug. This Duraludon is level 3. I want to just run into one that's 4. Now, we haven't run into another Pidgeot either. She knows she's that bitch. Ooh, Rampardos? Okay, let's keep looking. We love Rampardos though. I'm just hoping to get one that's level 4. Not this Spinda either. One day Rampardos will be a good one. I do love Rampardos. We found another level 4 Pidgeot though. I am tempted. But I feel like maybe we could just do better. Here, we're gonna do this. Okay? Because we don't have to fight Buddy right here. We can just keep scouting ahead. Whoops. Hopefully we can avoid her. Oh yeah. Oh, she only looks the 2 directions, huh? Yeah, we're fine. Go check this patch of grass out. Am I being told something? You want to pick Pidgeot? You have Arena Trap? That's so wild. I love Silicobra, but you're not. Ooh, not that one. You're not evolving into Sandaconda. You have Drizzle. You're low base stat. Hmm. Arbok. Chabok. These don't have Arena Trap. Neck Road, I know, right? Arbok and Silicobra. I'm not that worried about the XP that I'm getting from Arena Trap because we are going to pivot. Ooh. Ooh. Spirit. Yeah. 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 Ghost Dark is nice. Okay, what are we naming Spirit Tomb? Oops. Wise one. What are we naming him? Rocksteady. Okay, let's see if I think we got enough room for that. Oops. Perfect. All right. Now let's try not to lose immediately. If we're able to. Uh-oh. Oh no. We have Hustle. beat up in a Kaizo. Spike Cannon, Miss Ball, Water Pulse. Oh boy. I'm stressed out. Check the memes in Discord real quick. Okay, I'm going. I fear I have a new favorite starter. Dude, the Brout memes have been so good. Hold, look at this real quick. Brout, we see the fit. We see the fit. Oh, I love it. Whoops. Oh. Oh, why can't we escape? Oh, it's Nightshade. We're okay. We're alright. Oh wait, you linked a TikTok? Okay, sorry. Let me let me do this real fast. tracker for a second. Okay.
What's up, little bud? You got a staring
Wait.
like that? What's up, little bud?
Oh, I've seen
Why
this.
is he looking at me like that? What's up, little bud? You got a staring problem, pal?
Like what, dude? He's just looking at you. He's a baby. He's just
Look at his face. Dumb little face. Why is he looking at me like that? What's up, little bud? You got a staring problem, pal?
A staring
Like
problem
what,
pal.
dude? He's just
His dumb little face. I think David sent that to me literally like yesterday. It's so good. Okay. Whoops. So many Spinda. Spinda with Nightshade. Alright, here we go. Actually, on Monday. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad, David. A normal type. Prepare to get... I don't know. Prepare to get mistballed. Uh-oh. Not detect. Stop. You already did that one. Stop. Stop protecting. This is literally Leafeon all over again. Nice. He just can't hit me outside of using. He just has to use detect. That was nice. We needed a little bit of XP there. Flamethrower. You will take flamethrower. Oh, duh, we gotta get rid of beat up. I'm like, which one? The one that requires a full party of Pokemon to be useful? Goodbye, chicken. Nice. Okay. We heal up. Hustle scares me a little bit. I don't like having low accuracy. It makes me feel unsafe. Hit pair song then detect spam? No, thank you. No thanks. Oh, Tatsugiri. So cute. Wow. How beautiful. The moonlight. This might be a long battle. Or it might not. Okay. Never mind. Woohoo! Yuxi. We need a stab move so badly. Oh, actually I should check. Next move at level 10 and then 15. Okay, so we have a couple chances to get some better moves before Roxanne. Yikes. Stop. Mm. Uh-oh. Okay, strat might be to get into this battle right here. And then... oh no. Okay, Cinder! You're being loud. Alright, this is a little bit of a crazy thought, okay? And then we can Petch a Berry. And then we'll have our held item Oran Berry. And then we Flamethrower. Okay. Phew. That was like a little bit high risk, high reward. It's very dependent on what Pokemon she had, but I didn't think we would be able to make it all the way to the Pokemon Center, and you can't use healing items outside of battle. But it worked out. Now we just, if we're able to get a move, just a stab, ghost, or dark move, we will be in business here. Fairy Feather. League update today. Which update? Oh, the Shyvana update. Ooh, that's so tempting. Hello, Kartana. Say hello to 4 times effective. This guy set up spikes. I have 1 Pokemon. Not the Shiv one, that's PBE. Oh, I gotcha. I was like, I thought the Shiv update is when we have comms as well. But she's on the cover. Oh, I see, I see. Dazzling Gleam. Whoa. Goodbye, Spike Cannon. Burn heal. Tiny Stone. Slay the Spire 2 drops today. Nice. I wanted so bad to buy Resident Evil Requiem. I still think I will eventually. Lady scares me. She's been like my run ender. What was I even trying to time there? I already bought Pokopia. It's just waiting for it to arrive. Endure? Okay. Damn it. Oh. Are we being serious? Oh my god. I told myself I'd only buy a Switch 2 if they release a good Pokemon, Paper Mario, and Kirby. I mean, this Pokopia game is the highest rated Pokemon game of all time so far. And you got Kirby Air Ride. I say you're batting pretty good right now. You might just be getting Paper Mario. I haven't bought any console in ages. Hope y'all enjoy though. I have been very happy with my Switch 2. Honestly, it's so funny to load up Leaf Green on the Switch 2 because I'm like, this is luxury Leaf Green. this is luxury gaming right now. I'll get a Switch 2 when they put games back on cards. Yeah, I feel that too. I feel that too. It's probably my most disappointing thought about Pokopia is that it's just like the downloadable card instead of a game cartridge. Like I hate that. Look at Quilladin. Oh. You guys got a lot of starter Pokemon, huh? That's an interesting choice. Get Dazzling Gleamed, honestly. Uh-oh. At least Quilladin looked dynamic. The artists behind the Natdex patch have done a phenomenal job. They look so good. Why was I not using Mist Ball? He's part poison. What's wrong with me? Do I know type matchups or not? You don't. Quiet, David. No one's talking to you. Oh, Bullaby. You do what you choose to troll. That is definitely true. I'll like say it out loud and then just pick the wrong move. I'm so good at Pokemon. How mad would Char be if a run ended to soccer throw with Shadow Ball? Why would you speak that into existence? That is so crazy. I'm scared for my life. Man. Oh no, taunt. We have only attacking moves. Oh. Oh, fire resist fairy. God. I swear. Embarrassing. You did not. Oh no, he said girl. That's we were just talking about that, huh? Speaking of type charts, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is educational. You guys will learn from my mistakes. Wow, another Ogerpon? What are the odds of that? Kakuna. Kakuna, this is right where you're supposed to be. Do you know that? This is like your home. Okay, I need to not fight him. Excellent. Oh. Oh, what I would do to use leftovers. Hi, Cramorant. Okay. Maybe we get lucky with this TM? Or is it always gonna be Bullet Seed? It's always gonna be Bullet Seed. I wonder why that didn't randomize. It should. I never did get that Aracuda, but I did get a shiny Cramorant and like 40 eggs. Oh, that's nice. That's very under odds. The most under odds shiny I ever got, I was soft resetting in Soul Silver to get a... What was it? It was a... either Adamant Typhlosion or Modest Typhlosion. I don't remember which move pool or which nature served it best. But I got a shiny one in less than 50 soft resets. Didn't get the nature I was looking for, by the way. in 50 soft resets, but I got a shiny Cyndaquil. I remember my first shiny. I was doing my first living dex on Omega Ruby, and it was a shiny Tailo. Dude, my friend... Oh my gosh, this just reminded me of it. My friend had never played a Pokemon game before, and for Christmas, I gave her my old DS, and I think it was either Alpha Sapphire or Omega Ruby. And before she was even at the first gym, she's like, hey, this sparkled. And I'm like, no it didn't. Give me that right now. She hands it to me. I'm like, you did. She found a well, I guess it's technically half odds because it was after what, Gen 5, but Cascoon. Like, that is so crazy. And that wasn't even the first one that she like. Or sorry, it was the first one, but it wasn't the only one that she found in that playthrough. Not even trying to hunt at all, like just walking around. It was insane. It wasn't infuriating, but it was mind-blowing. I am like so unlucky when it comes to shiny hunting. She's like not even trying. She's like, hey, I found another one. Like, you didn't. That can't possibly be right. No, she did. It's always when you least expect it, truly. She kind of has that aura about her, though. Like, she's lucky with finding things. So it's like, of course you would find shiny Pokemon that you weren't looking for. We need a stab move. Give us a stab move. Is that 15? Yeah, 15. Hey, we got one more level to go. You had one and you threw it away. I'm not using damn beat up. Beat up is not doing anything for me. So glad I had Miss Ball in that moment. Ooh. My first shiny other than Red Gyarados was also in gold version, but it wasn't until the Kanto portion I ran to a shiny Onix as I was entering Rock Tunnel. Oh, really? That's a cool one. Mega Aggron. Oh, that was a lot of XP. Sludge. Poison move. Sludge, sludge, sludge. I mean, potentially poisoning. Let's see, we could confuse, lower special attack. We gotta keep Dazzling Gleam and Flamethrower, I think. I feel... I don't know, for coverage... Some guy my sister dated on Facebook gifted me a shiny Dust Noir. It did not take long. Did you get to keep it? Did he ask for it back when they broke up? Sludge is good for fairies, but water is water. I know, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Because, I mean, water is just kind of nice to have, but poison's nice to have too. I did keep it. Your first shiny was Barboach. Oh, I love that too. What is the chance? Is it a 10% chance to poison? I'm looking it up. A 30% chance. Yeah, I feel like we'd have to pick between Water Pulse and Sludge. I think it's likely that we'll run into more like rock, ground, and fire Pokemon than we will. Because Fairy already has some coverage for us for Psychic types. And we could be kind of walled by a Fairy, but we have potential to put some stats on them, so I don't know. 10% if you use it, 50% if the enemy uses it. That's definitely true. I think we'll keep Water Pulse. I think we just have better coverage that way. Go up and grab this. PP Max is pretty good. We could probably put that on Miss Ball. Because doesn't it increase? Oh no, it just raised it to its maximum points. No, that doesn't do it. I thought it's so maybe I hold on to it then. We'll just hold on to it for now. Let's give you Norenberry. And I don't think we have... I should run up here actually, just in case it's something worthwhile. Lepa berry. I don't see us ever getting rid of it, to be honest. Flamethrower is just good. So you're probably right. We will try and grab this one too. Damn. Okay, here we go. Palafin. I guess we don't really have great coverage for water either. We're not like in super big danger from water types though. That's true. Ooh. Okay, Blissey. That's a lot of HP. Oh, nice. We got the burn. Very good. Very, very good. Thief? Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of too, but I just felt like Water Pulse was going to do... It's gonna be nicer for ground, rock, and fire types. But it would be nice to have something for fairy. At least you're a fairy dragon. Oh. Solar beam? Nice. Oh my god, try again. Hello. How are you? Oh, Lechonk. Very cute. Trigun, we've had a lot of heartache these past couple of runs. I can't lie to you. We've had some really promising mons just have the dumbest stuff happen to them. Okay. Not bad. Here we go. God damn, dude. Okay. It hit sing. How? How to use our Chestoberry. Oh my god. I'm just, yeah. Might as well use it. Wake up. Stop, 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 stop. Oh, I have an awakening. I didn't even know that I did. Oh, it might not matter. It's probably gonna sing us. It's gonna try to sing us again, so I think this is my only opportunity to try and heal here. Oh, thank God, dude. Thank goodness. Hell. Why do you have that? Oof, that's scary. Oh, we crit? Okay. A bowl. Do we have... I don't think I have any other healing items. Wow. That was so unlucky. I know, our one weakness. How does Roxanne always do it, man? How does she always do it? Okay, I'm just going. Serendipity. Okay, it said mid, so we're just going mid. Torchic, Grodel, and Pumpkaboo. That's so funny. Okie dokie. Pulse Swipe, Dream Eater, Slack Off, and Double Edge. Oh my god. This is trash. But hopefully we'll learn some moves. 6, 9, 12, 15. We got chances. We've got chances here. I'ma just name them Chick. Let's just see if we make it past the rival. If we make it past the rival, then I'll let someone else nickname it at the name raider. Ooh, Appleton. I do like Appleton. Golden Bull Picks. We're never getting an Ice Stone though. Let's be honest. We have Torchic. Hi, Jamie. We do. We have a Torchic. He doesn't have very good moves. I can't lie. But we can't hit him. We cannot hit this ghost Pokemon. We can't. You have lock on? That's sick. That's really cool. I wish I had lock on. Maybe he can't hit me either. Nope, he can. We're completely walled. We just have to go next. That sucks. That sucks. It's okay. See, I knew this is why I need to do it myself. I need to just nickname it quickly. I had a feeling. Oh, look, it's Psyduck on the little tracker thing. Pentacool. Oh, here, I'll do the nickname giveaway this time. Okay, tracker submit again. Aram, Marini, Blood Moon Ursaluna. Oh my god. Okay, Cherum. Ooh, we got Blaze Kick. Hold on. What? Hold on. Like the perfect move for a Weavile. Okay, hold on here. What are we naming Cherum, Wise One? Skip me? Oh. Do you want to just nominate someone else? Because I closed the voting. Cheryl? You know what? I'm gonna just say it's Cheryl. Jamie, we're going with Cheryl. Wait, I started naming Jamie. Whoops. You were gonna say Jamie anyway? Oh, perfect. Goldeen? If it was a dinosaur Pokemon, I'd be upset. Yeah, understandably so. I think Corey's the only one I know that's like a huge Cherum fan, so I didn't think any of you would be too hurt about it. Relicanth. Okay. We have Insomnia. Swift, Sky Attack, Mega Horn, Blaze Kick. Oh boy, what about a Mega Horn? Yikes. Alright, we made it. We made it past the bear. We might be okay. Cherum has base stat of 450. That is so much higher than I would have guessed. Special attack up, special defense down. We have one special attack. This is probably another pivot move. We'll just take a look. Does insomnia mean we can't be put to sleep? Yes. Croconaut's not bad. Ooh. That's not good. Sandstream Croconaut. Butterfree. Drizzle. Yikes. A lot of mons with Drizzle in this randomizer. Infernape, okay. Not bad. I'm still looking for a level 4 though. Wow, that scared me so bad. Zekrom's music is so scary. Excuse me, sir. Nice. Okay, let's just if we can get a level 4 Infernape, we can get moving. Zekrom's music goes so hard. Yeah, so does Kyurem's. Kyurem's is so scary. Yeah, I'm glad we're running into so many Infernape, but can we run into one that's just like one level higher? I might just settle. Where's that digging for diamonds meme? You always stop digging right before you find the Infernape that's one level higher. Alright, if you would like to nickname Infernape, go ahead and type exclamation point name. Spilled coffee all over me. Alright. Pokeasaurus. What would you like to nickname Infernape? Cole Kong? Okay. Let's go drop off our Cherim. Oh. Okay, this might have been a good pivot. I don't want to jinx it immediately. As I so love to do. But look at that ability. Not bad. Spikes? Cotton Spore? Mega Punch? Water Pulse. Wow, this is some trash. We don't learn to move till 16. Oof. We got Mega Punch is gonna be doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Well, if we even make it that far. Is huge power banned over a certain base stat total? It is. Let's see. Actually, that's a really good point. We might not be able to use him. If your Pokemon has base stat total of 400 or more. Oh, shoot. Shoot. We can't use him. He's 534. We got a freaking pivot anyway. Damn it. That's so sad. Not slacking. Yeah, I gotta be a baby. Why'd I Cotton Spore? I'm just accepting defeat too early. Oh? Do I even have anything? Not a damn thing. Lacking. Oh. I think that's kind of the thought process behind it, Brittle, is if it raises it to above 600, or I guess in our case 580 or up, then you can't use it. Unfortunate. But listen, you guys wouldn't have to play with all these rules that I'm putting on myself, okay? I'm just doing the challenge. Force pivot. Pivot on pivot. X speed? Okay. Is right. Dodrio, dash bun, trap inch. It's a baby. We do have Miss Ball once again with Arena Trap. But isn't that just Trap Inch's regular ability? That's so funny. Well, anyone want a nickname Trap Inch? Brittle. What are we naming Trap Inch? A little nom nom. A classic, truly. I think Trap Inch evolves pretty late too, yeah? At 35. Well, I guess it would be hard, forced at 30 though. Okay. Oh my god. No genies. Genies out. Dash Bun's so cute. Man, what can we even do here? Oh. Heal me, please. Yay! Yay, thanks! All the legends are such a jump scare. Literally every time. Even if I know that they're in the route, I still get scared. Ooh. Mog. Mog, not horrible. Ooh, kinda horrible. Accuracy 70 is not great. I really thought it was a lot higher than that. Sharpen is just good to have. Yeah, I'm not gonna take Smog here. I think that's the right move. Hopefully I'm not immediately proven wrong, but wouldn't shock me. Cute. Hello, Lunatone. This is sketchy though. His Trapinch also says really low base stat total. Like, oh my god, we can't be going up against Mega Galades. Swagger, yikes. Swagger was a run killer already. Conversion. It's a grass type? Okay. What? I like this game already. Are you playing Pokopia or what are you playing? Of course. So true. Pokopia is awesome. Mine should get here hopefully tomorrow. I still haven't got a notification that it's shipped yet though. Drizzle weather ball is wild. Yeah, I'm all making fun of it having drizzle. It just has weather ball. Like, man, shut up. Woohoo, calcium. Left. God, I wish. Metachamp. Oh, wow. I love melodic. Milotic. Sandstream? Man. did not want to see that. Ooh, 3 normal type moves and shockwave. Get egg bombed. Sandstorm, man. Milotic is so good. Why does it have to have Sandstream? If you'd like to nickname our Milotic, please exclamation point name. How do we beat Mega Ray with this? That's such a great question. What a great question you've asked. We have calcium, you guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, let's see it. Let's see who's picking the name. Lab Wolf. What are we naming her? Excuse my yawns. Tetra. Kind of a pretty name. Every time we run into something, it's gonna load up freaking Sandstream. Oh, it's Nimble! Nimble's so cute. Nimble? Nimble's a cricket. Yeah, what moves do you guys think Mega Rayquaza is gonna have, dude? Any idea? Oh, you're talking about Cloth? Oh. Yeah, he's a rock crab. Not to be confused with a rock lobster. Surely you don't have weather ball. Oh, we canceled out the drizzle. We got shockwave. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. It did not do what I wanted it to do. We can, wow. Why do you have facade? I don't know if I want to. Facade is terrifying. I don't know. I think I just... I don't know, you guys. Hold on. This is okay. I don't want to try and focus energy because I think we'll just lose. We'll hit him with the horn. Let's just see how much horn attack does. Uh-oh. Not enough. I unfortunately do not live to see the next turn. So maybe I'll just hope the egg bomb hits. Oh. You know, it was a long shot anyway, you know? It was a long shot anyway. We didn't have a good chance against Mega Rayquaza. Come on. Come on. Where's the run? Improved definition of insanity. Believe it or not, I'm actually having a lot of fun. Oh! Calcium again, huh? Oh my god, I just clicked it. Okay, well it said middle, so I guess we go Crobat. Charcadet and Overquill. Crobat it is. I love Crobat. Hold on. Our moveset's not terrible. Let's take a look at that again. Oh no, I have to go Crobat. Ooh. Not one of my very favorite Pokemon. Guess I have to. The game said so. I thought Rayquaza was the favorite legendary. So in the Kaizo portion of the Ironmon, I didn't know that even if you have a favorite legendary, it still can't be over the 600 base stat total. So I have to get a different favorite legendary that is below that. And there are plenty. Like, I'm pretty sure... Let's see. I'm pretty sure Suicune is like 5 something. Let's see. It's 580. I think it had to be 580 and below. I don't know, we'll figure it out. Poke, you've picked a couple times tonight, so I'm gonna re-roll it. Sella. Would you like to nickname Crobat? Crowbar, I love that. I love that so much. That's the energy we need. Okay, we have Cloud9, which is the opposite of Sandstream, if we're being quite honest. I have Hail. I have Hail but Cloud9. Okay, Sonic Boom. Hold on. Icicle Spear is great. Great move. Bullet Seed is Bullet Seed. That's what I'm saying. Early game Sonic Boom is nice. We will be investing. Oh, we didn't hit a single Pokemon on the way over here? We're both poison types, though. So strong. We'll have a, unless we have a ghost type, I guess, a safer early game. Early Garchomp. Level 2. Ghost Trainer Roxanne. Oh, I know. I'm already mentally preparing. That's okay. We might even... Oh, let's see. When do we learn our moves? 15. Okay, we learned exactly one move. Hmm. At least we already have Bullet Seed. Would be nice to see a stab move on him, though. Uh-oh. Okay. The recoil. That was a little terrifying. We're gonna just take our calcium. Because we have it, so why not? Yeah, that was it was pretty close. You don't ever expect the Volt Tackle on Basculin. I think it's safe to say that Hail is probably the move that's going since we have Cloud9. And we wouldn't be using Hail anyway. Nice. Wonderful. I'm not planning on pivoting right now, at least. So we're just gonna try and get the XP that we can. How many different ROMs do you have for this? When I randomized them, I did a batch randomization of like 85 ROMs. And we're, what, 57 in? So when we get close enough, I'll have to re-randomize some more. Some of those went fast. Some of those went quite fast. Super. You have to create a new ROM for each playthrough. So you don't have to. There is a way to do it if you set it up that you can make like 3 ROMs and then it will use the seeds and like re-randomize them in system. But I could not for the life of me get it to work. So I'm just doing the manual way. It was easier than what I was trying to do. But I know lots of people have been able to do that and get it to work. But I think I was just like hitting my head against the wall trying to figure it out. So this is the way. Why is Drizzle working? What's even the point? What is even the point of Cloud9 if Drizzle's just gonna work? Also, good to see you, Pocket Nav. I almost said Pokey Nav. X speed. I don't think we're ever gonna really need X speed. We're a pretty fast little guy. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I've honestly been having so much fun. This is like... Wow, Firestone. Not that I, like, have ever played a Souls-like game. Because they just look too frustrating to me. But when I do this, I'm like, I kind of get it. Just the constant challenge. I think I can see the appeal. If you get to rocks, you're gonna get paralyzed first Pokemon, I guarantee it. That is so crazy. Why would you say that? No. Oh, what I wouldn't give for a stab poison move right about now. What of Jump King? I never played Jump King, but I can't imagine that I like that very much either. At least in this challenge run with Pokemon, where I'm constantly picking different Pokemon and fighting different Pokemon. There's tons of different moves and abilities. It feels like it's changing enough that it's like a brain game, you know? Ooh. Crocodile. Nice. Why does the crocodile make me think of Chester the cheetah? I don't know. It's a good question. Okay, this lady coming up. You can hold this. We're kind of low. This was not bad. This was kind of an int thing for me to do, to try and fight her. Right. Are we being serious? Full restore into rest is so wild. Quit stalling. I'm randomizing 10k ROMs. Oh, it's Fue Coco. Now, some people do go up into the thousands with how many how many resets they do before they're able to get a good run on a Kaizo Ironmon, so I don't feel that discouraged. Cloud9, do you do anything? Like, what do you do? Everyone's weather gets set up no problem. Does Cloud9 have priority? That doesn't make sense. My Munchlax look like that. Phew. Gave me the heebie-jeebies. You never like to see us. Oh my god, a stab hyper beam. How'd that hyper beam not hurt more? Probably because Munchlax just isn't a very strong Pokemon. I wish. Focus Band, how I wish I could use you. What kind of Slowking is that? That is a Galarian Slowking. He was introduced in the Isle of Armor DLC in Sword and Shield. He's a Psychic Poison type, so the big, the Shelder that clamps onto the back of Slowpoke's tail and turns him into Slowbro, clamps his arm for Galarian Slowbro and clamps his head for Galarian Slowking. Very good. We're pretty close to 14. Shedinja. Anything past Gen 2 I'm not really familiar with? Well, if you ever have questions, just let me know. I am knowledgeable of many things. God, I wish we had Trace and not useless Cloud9. Oh, we got a super potion though. That's nice. Everstone. Hi, Psych. How's it going? What do you got? How many things changed after Gen 2? New types and stuff. I just get lost. Yeah, that's totally fair. I think the newer games are very intuitive. see. Like, if you were ever thinking of picking a game up, the newer games are, I think, very casual, friendly, to help you like learn types and understand stuff like that. Because I mean, there are so many types, so many types and dual types and matchups and everything. Is that what it does, David? This whole time I thought that it cleared up weather effects and it just wasn't working. I'm just unaffected by weather effects. Okay, well that's not that bad, actually. We'll take it. Dang. Okay, still not quite at level 15, so we'll have to fight this guy. Is the other one airlock? Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Let's heal. Just in case. What do you got, sir? Ooh. Uh-oh. Okay, that was horrifying. Why did it use rain dance? Why did it do that? I've made a terrible mistake. This folder is already 22 gigs. 22 gigs? How many ROMs did you make? Kovet. What does this do? Kovet cutely begs to obtain an item held by the foe. I mean, Hale's not doing me any favors, so I'm only 1,400 in. That's so crazy. I would probably do it in smaller increments, just so you don't have so much space taken up on your computer. That is so funny, though. My God, dude. I'm good on space. I'm just like, dang. It's pretty crazy. Okay. I think we're in a decent spot right now. I wish Icicle Spear was not special. You can hold this Oranberry. We've got a lemonade, a super potion. Alright, let's do it. A couple months ago, I realized I had 100 gigs taken up by duplicate zip folders and 170 by Microsoft Clipchamp. How does that, what is Microsoft Clipchamp? Paralyzed David? I've got a cherry berry or two, okay? Sorry, Sobble. I gotta spit some boba at you. What the? Video editing software that just ends up there somehow? Oh, I see. You guys remember when our Mega Mawile was gonna learn 3 moves at once at level 16? And then we died to a random destiny bond that I couldn't have prepared for? I was just remembering that. Just was wondering if you guys remembered that by chance. Two water types. Why didn't you take your item? I don't know. I'm a little confused by that too. Destined for bond? Quiet. Oh, look, it's Gardevoir. Teeter dance is fitting. Oh, I hate to see confusion. Oh my god. Oh my god, heart attack. Okay, maybe before we fight Roxanne, we can do one Oranberry here. Nice, perfect. Thank you, Quaxley. Look at that little dapper duck. I'm so confused. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Let's reapply our Oranberry. Come on, Crowbar. Chow? Why is it actually an electric Pokemon? David's like, you're gonna get paralyzed. David, be quiet. No. I don't have anything that heals burn. My crit? Not you asking Bullet Seed to hit more than twice. Oh, man. I want to retry the battle so bad. Bet you lose again. Look, Crobat is one of my favorite Pokemon. I'm gonna just try it. If we do it and it's we lose, then we lose. Okay, that's it. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. You hit 2 times immediately. Sacred Fire again. Still burned? This is sure looking like the same battle right now. Oh, it hit twice again? Are you serious? Okay, switching to Koraidon. So it's the AI is doing exactly what it did last time. We crit. I mean, that was something. Okay, we're going to Lemonade here. I think. Oh no, sorry, we're gonna Super Potion. Okay. Now we're gonna Lemonade. Oh my god. You got a Licky Licky too? Yikes. Okay, sorry, my bad. I don't know why I thought I was gonna do more. Okay, we can... all we can do. Yeah, we might not have a way out of this, frankly. Okay, sorry. I should just Sonic Boom. I didn't think it was gonna do such little damage. But 2 Calm Minds is just rough. I know. If only it could like cure burn. Oh my god. I wish I had Roar. Yeah, I should have just been using that the whole time. I'm just dead next turn no matter what. It was a better attempt, but it just was unwinnable. Third battle, maybe you don't get burned. Can level up save you? I think maybe there's a world where it could. I think if I didn't troll and I just hit Licky Licky with Sonic Boom, maybe there's a world where I survive. I'd have to defeat Licky Licky. I'd only have 2 more turns. So in those 2 more turns, I would have to KO the last 2 Pokemon, which is Poliwag, and I have Bullet Seed. So that's maybe doable. Burning you off the bat is ridiculous. Oh, not off the bat. That's a lot of months. Hershey, thank you for the 40 months. I appreciate it. Alright.
That's a load of months.
Going next. We tried. I gave it one more genuine try. It's just no joke. It's no joke. Okay, we'll start the poll. This is gonna be my last run of the night. I guess depending on how far we get, but I gotta go to sleep. Razor Fang. Left, right, middle. I have successfully freed 80 gigabytes of space. Amazing. I thought you were gonna beat the gym. I wanted to. Jamie, I wanted to so bad. Pain. Looks like left is in the lead with 4 votes. No votes for mid, 2 for right. Alright, left it is. Lissy, Mabostiff. Typhlosion. Oh, please have good moves. Poison Sting, Light Screen, Crush Claw, and Thunder. Well, they could be worse, I guess. They're not great, but it's okay. I love Typhlosion. When did we learn? Did we learn moves? 13 and 20. Oof. We learned 1 move at 13. We'll just have to hope that it's a good move. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Typhlosion's name is Cinder. It was the first starter Pokemon I ever picked. Oh, Zoroark. And that was the nickname I gave to it. It's Arena Trap. Oh my good god. Nice crit. Nice poison. Ooh, it's not bad to get a little free XP before going into the next battle. Okay, sorry. What is our ability? Suction cups. Guys, what does suction cups even do? Hold on. Firmly anchors body. To stay in one spot. Negates moves that force switching out. Negates moves that force... Okay. Well, we're the only Pokemon, so basically have no ability. And what are we? We're lax, so we're defense up, special defense down. It beats Roar. Yeah, I guess if they use Roar, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, you could say we're pretty anti-Roar. Use me a little bird. Unite when? I know, I need to play Unite again. But Pokopia is out tomorrow. Hopefully mine arrives in the mail tomorrow. Get light screened. Uh-oh. That is so insane. It mimicked my light screen? Can you please get poisoned? Okay, the poison dream is not happening, I don't think. Woohoo! Blissey XP is actually so nice. It's actually so nice. Oh my god, we're already at level 10. Wait, this is getting kind of scary. I forgot Blissey and Chansey are just XP machines. Okay, we gotta be pretty selective about our battling now. Oh boy. But I can't be too upset about a strong start. Can you be serious? Are we joking? Oh. I'm not thundering. Relax, okay? Oh my god, we're already level 11. Okay, we gotta avoid some trainers here. We gotta avoid him. Like, if we gotta fight them later. Dude, how many Pokemon have Drizzle in these runs? Maybe I need to completely re-randomize some of these. The amount of Pokemon that have had Drizzle is so weird. I feel like we've gotten such a variety of abilities and then just randomly there's so much Drizzle. I do want whatever this item is, though. Ooh, Gibble. Level 4. Nice. Lantern. I love Lantern. What if we get Rain Dance, then we can Thunder? That would be crazy. Oh my god. A Firestone. Wow. Amazing. Okay, let's fight this kid. Okay. Next level we get our item. Didn't this exact NPC have Zacian last time? I guess maybe that was several times ago. I guess that was... I don't know. I guess we have Poison Sting. Nice. Mirror move. Oh, bitch. I don't have a Pecha Berry, I don't think. Maybe I do. Hold on. Thunder Wave. That's Zacian without his sword. Get rid of Thunder? You're crazy. I will not be getting rid of Thunder. How? I actually don't know. I'm torn because no, I think I should keep Poison Sting. I do. Yeah, it's true. 15 base power sucks, but look, I only have Crush Claw and Thunder if I take it over T-Wave, and both are not 100% accuracy moves. Paralysis might save me though. I wonder if I should get rid of Light Screen. Is that a crazy idea? Catching's already 100%. I have a 100% catch rate, so I'm gonna get rid of Light Screen. We're poisoned though, so I'm a little bit scared. I do have a Pecha Berry. Okay. So we have to fight this guy. So I don't die. I don't die to poison, of all things. You got bounce? We get another Oranberry up here, so I might as well. Did that Voltorb just fly? He bounced. He just jumped. I thought poison only takes you to 1, or am I mixing that up with something else? No. Poison in Gen 3 will faint you. Like, sometimes you can lose it, but I'm not taking that risk. Clotzer? Red Flute again, huh? We got Typhlosion, I know. Our moveset is not the best. But we have Typhlosion. Hopefully. We can't scout moves. If we pivot, we have to hard pivot. Okay, check out the poison sting though. That went kind of crazy. You know, actually, for how many Mons have Drizzle, maybe it'll work to our advantage. Because there has been quite a few. Oh my god, I have PTSD. Nice. Kilowattrel sounds like it's just screaming. Scary. Thunder's such a cool looking move. Ooh. Chuckle. Moo Moo Milk. Okay, good, 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 good. We got something. My baby did just wake up. I gotta put her back to sleep. So we might have to just save here. But we're not saving on a run that just ended. Uh-oh. Scary. We're saving on the Typhlosion run where we're already level 15 and that's pretty scary. Okay. We save. We save. All right. Yeah, we get walled by Golurk yet again. Okay. I'll see you guys next stream. But next stream is Pokopia probably, in case it takes a while to get to me, so I'll let you know. But have a good night, everyone. And, I'll see you later. Hey, good night. Goodbye.